10, which is along the Center Line Road, or the main artery leading in and out of Cruz Bay, St. John. At this time, there are no other residentially developed properties adjacent to my client's property, and my clients also own the 2 acres of residential zone property located immediately adjacent to the south of the subject property that we are asking to be rezoned. My clients who are local residents, Ms. Blake was a health administrative professional for many, many years here in the Virgin Islands, and her son, Mr. Carlwood, is currently serving as a marshal in the court systems here in the Virgin Islands. They wish to make commercial opportunities for small businesses to become available on the island of St. John. Of all 3 Virgin Islands, St. John has the least available commercial and retail zoned opportunities for legitimate small-scale businesses to pursue or provide self-sustaining secondary business ventures. In accordance with the procedures established by the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the VI Code, we met with and complied with all of the requirements set forth by the Division of Coastal Zone Planning for submitting this application, including participating in their public hearings, which afforded us the opportunity to present and defend our petition and address any concerns raised by other divisions within the department and adjacent property owners and the general public. I am therefore respectfully requesting the legislature's careful consideration, review, and approval of my client's petition to rezone the subject property from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary. Kindly find enclosed all of the requisite documents usually required, which was submitted to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. They included pre-application processes that we went through and formal application documents to make our application complete. I would like to thank you and your august body for affording us a further opportunity in this hearing today to explain and to defend why we think that this piece of property should be rezoned from its current R2 residential use or classification to a B2, which we believe will serve the community, the larger community of St. John, and especially afford small businesses on St. John, where land is a premium, and opportunities for expanding and providing St. John with its own unique set of circumstances, more opportunities for both people who want to go into business and to afford the community at large better opportunities at accessing those businesses. Herein, I would like to rest my initial presentation, and I avail myself to address and answer any questions that you or members of your committee of the whole will have. Thank you very much, Brian Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. We'll now hear from the representative of ZAJ-21-2, Ms. Gwenda Dagu. Ms. Dagu, are you ready?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam President and Senators. My name is Gwenda Dagu of 3-4 Beaver Humboldt, St. John. I am 73 years old. I was born on the island of Anguilla to Matilda and Egbert Connor. I migrated to Tortola, British Virgin Islands, and then to St. John. I have been a resident of St. John for over 40 years. I have 3 children, Stafford, Lyndon, and Joseph. My mother used to come to St. John from Tortola weekly in 1969 to sell fruit juice. I would travel with her to help her. I made St. John my home in 1979. My passion is cooking, and then when I cook with love. Over the years, I have worked with several establishments on St. John, including the Old Gallery, Fred Bar and Restaurant, the Culinary, just to name a few. I worked for the school lunch program for the VI Department of Education for about 20 years. I retired in 2009. I worked at the Julius Sprouse School and then to the Guy Benjamin Elementary School. My students would tell you I catered for them, especially if they had special needs, such as vegetarians. In 2008, a gentleman gifted me a mobile van with my intention that when I retire from the VI government, I will open my own business. The mobile food van became stationary in 2010. I have a mobile food van license and a catering license in 2011. This is where my business operation has been and continues to be. After Hurricane Irma and Maria, I was hired to prepare meals for the VI Water and Power, St. John Fire Department, by TEMA, St. John, and on occasion I also provided food for the VI National Guard members when they distribute supplies after the hurricane on St. John at no cost. I have donated and still continue to donate food to the Catholic Charities Soup Kitchen on St. John. I have been a member of the St. John Festival Committee organization for many years. I have participated in food fairs and have had carnival booths for over 30 years. In April 2019, License and Consumers Affairs emailed us, let us know that the mobile van license had changed to a restaurant B. Because the van was no longer mobile, I agreed to go through the process of being aware of what it means. Excuse me. I went through the process, not being aware of what it would be involved. On October 9, 2019, DCLA again contacted us, and the process was started to get a Restaurant B license. As we were going through the renewal steps, DPNR stopped it. This is when we found out that the Restaurant B license was not allowed in an R1 zone. DPNR came to inspect the business. Their conclusion was that I was doing was catering, not a restaurant. DPNR requested that we do a building drawing for the structure. That was where we completed it and submitted it. My business license expired on January 31st, 2020. I reapplied for both licenses, the catering and the mobile van. Because of online, there was no way to separate them. They both were denied because of zoning issues. I was told if I was found to be operating my business, I would be fine. So with that hanging over my head, I decided to go ahead to rectify this situation and try to get the zoning change. In February 1st, 2020, December 29, 2020, I only did food sales for what would have been parade day for St. Thomas Carnival and what would have been food fair for St. John, and a few catering, including for the VI election system. After making several inquiries about the catering license in December 2020, DCNL contacted us and stated that they would give me a catering license with stipulations. One stipulation was that I will only be catering where someone hires me to cater an event. They explained that how I operate the business is basically how a restaurant operates. So I could not use the catering license for this. I received my catering license on December 30th, 2020. It expired on January 31st, 2021. It had to be renewed on February 1st, 2021. As a result of limitation, I decided to continue with the rezoning process. We applied to the rezoning of property from a R1 to B2. In August 6th of 2021, we had a public hearing and a rezoning DPNR, where I stated my intentions, which are to operate a restaurant and for apartments. On October 19, 2021, we received from DPNR a report on the hearing, which recommend a variance to use the property as a restaurant. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. What I'm going to do is ask the individuals who are in Block 2 to turn off their screens so we could, we're having some broadband challenges. So turn off your screens. That would be Liliana Balado de O'Neill, Timothy and Maria Granderson, and Youssef. Turn your screens off so we can see if we can get those other folks up who are in this particular block, please. Ali Youssef?
Yes.
Can you please turn your screen off and put your mic on mute? Okay, we're now going to go to ZAT 21-6, authorized agent Roosevelt David. Mr. David, are you ready and can you hear us? Yeah, we are not hearing you. I don't know if you are hearing us. This is difficult. Yeah, I don't understand what's happening with your system. I really don't want to take a recess, but I'm going to have to. We're going to go to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I wanted to really make sure I did this in order. We're going to ask DPNR as they make the presentation this afternoon, the report on the petitions, that they also provide us with some visuals of the properties or the maps in question, please. So, Mrs. Laplace Matthew, you may proceed.
Good afternoon again, Senate President.
And before you go, let me just be clear. You may proceed with ZAJ-21-1. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Members of the 34th Legislature, the viewing and listening public. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SJZ-2. Application number ZAJ-21-1. Petition of Jennifer Blake and Jason Callwood, authorized agent Brian Turnbull, requesting that parcel number 22-H-1 Estate Innerhide, number 1, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Project profile. Owner applicant, Jennifer Blake and Jason A. Callwood, as per deed of gift dated December 24, 2015. Document number 2017-000-169. Brian Turnbull was granted special power of attorney. The property consists of 1.12 acres as shown on OLG drawing number D9-9412-T019. The property is undeveloped. Proposed use, business uses to include retail and offices. The surrounding area consists of vacant land and residences with R2 zoning. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and wastewater will be handled by a sewage treatment plant. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held August 5, 2021, no opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Brian Turnbull testified the two-phase development would take 2 to 4 years to complete. The first phase would consist of excavation and development of the first 5,000 square foot floor of a proposed two-floor building. Based on the economy, the second floor would be completed for a total of 5 bays per floor and 10,000 square feet of rental space. Amenities would consist of an on-site backup generator and common trash collection area. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the appropriateness of the requested B2 zone for the proposal and area. The nearby existence of retail and office uses would lessen the reliance of having to utilize a car to obtain goods and services residents would need. The type of uses proposed, while could decidedly lessen the desirability of the area for exclusively low-density residential use, could also spur the development of more intense residential activity, thus generating a support population for the uses to be provided at the subject property. There were no concerns expressed by the public indicating neighbors were not against a manageable and gradual increase in uses/density in the area. The department's opinion, however, is that the B3 business scattered zone is most appropriate for the petition because it was primarily intended to permit small neighborhood serving retail businesses within residential districts, usually a single store or small strip mall. A lesser impact may occur with the B3 than the requested B2 zone. The B3 zone was established to accommodate the interspersing of business uses in residential areas, and it would allow a lesser intensity of uses than what would be allowable by the other business zones B2 and B4. The B3 zone would permit the non-residential uses petitioned by the applicant, retail and office spaces, as well as allow the residential use of the property. Mixed-use community benefits residents, particularly in those areas where walkability is desirable. In conclusion, the B2 zoning is not found too often in St. John, and it was intended for shopping centers immediately adjacent to primary business areas. The applicant's proposal for convenient business services for area residents would be accomplished with the B3 zoning, which was primarily intended to permit small neighborhood serving businesses within residential districts. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that official zoning map number SJZ-2 be amended from R2, residential low density 1 or 2 family, to B3, business scattered, for parcel number 22-H-1, Estate Inahide, number 1, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated October 19, 2021. So now I will share my screen of the photos and location map. So we have photos showing the property and it's undeveloped and the surrounding area. And a location map showing the property marked with a dot showing its location in St. John. And that ends the visual portion and the recommendation report of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Laplace Matthew. We'll now move to ZAJ-21-2.
Good afternoon again. This is Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SJV-2, application number ZAJ-21-2. Petition of Gwenda Dagu requesting that parcel number 3-4, Estate Beaver Houseburg, number 7, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, be rezoned from R1, residential low density, to B2, business secondary neighborhood. Project profile: owner applicant Gwenda Stafford Linden and Joseph Dagu, as per warranty deed dated May 4, 1993, document number 2466/1993. The property consists of 0.52 acres as shown on OLG drawing number D9-5506 T93, a single family dwelling that the applicant, Gwenda DeGu, also operates her catering business from is on the property. The proposed use is a restaurant and 3 dwellings. Surrounding uses, zones, the area consists of vacant land, a church, and residences with R1 and R2 zoning. Infrastructure. Water needs are supplied by cistern and wastewater handled by septic. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held August 5, 2021, 10 neighbors/community members voiced their support for Ms. Dagu's proposal to expand her catering business into a restaurant and add 2 more dwelling units on her property. After the hearing, 11 neighbors/community members submitted letters of support. 1 neighbor submitted a letter with concerns on the impact of heavy truck traffic, a restaurant generating noise, and the current kitchen used for catering not being properly permitted and not meeting setbacks. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Ms. Gwenda Dagu testified it is her intent to convert her catering business into a restaurant by offering expanded days of operation and outdoor seating for 10. She also wishes to add 2 additional dwelling units underneath her current dwelling, resulting in 3 floors and 3 dwellings on the property. Neighbor and public support for Ms. Dagu's restaurant and additional dwellings prompted the department to analyze the appropriateness of the B3 zone for the proposed use/increase in density. The B3 zone allows over 140 uses and was intended for residential densities of 120 persons per acre. Currently, the department has an infill and amnesty program authorized by Act number 8398 and administered by DPNR's Division of Building Permits. The program would allow the applicant to commence adding the 2 lower infill dwelling units without a zoning map amendment. Also, it is the department's opinion that the B3 business scattered zone is not appropriate for allowing the restaurant conversion, but rather the granting of a use variance. Although the B3 business scattered zone was primarily intended to permit small, neighborhood-serving retail businesses within residential districts, there has been only 1 rezoning granted in the general area, Estate Glucksburg, and this was to allow a small shopping center. The use variance would allow for the restaurant operation while keeping with the development provisions of the current R1 zoning. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 3-4 Estate Beaver Houtsburg, number 7, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, be granted a use variance for restaurant. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated October 19, 2021. Now I will share the visual portion for this application. So this is the photos for the trailer that's used for the catering business. And surrounding area.
I'm going to ask all the testifiers, if you're not, no, everyone on the teams, to please mute your mics. We're hearing a feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but as I look at it, I'm seeing, for the most part, everyone is on mute.
And surrounding area. And then the location map showing the site on St. John. The marker right here is the property. And that ends the visual portion of the application.
Thank
and
you.
the department's recommendation report.
Thank you. Yeah, it is the video. We're not hearing it anymore, right? All right, let's see if Mr. Roosevelt David is ready. I'm not seeing him on the screen. Can you please proceed with ZAT-216-6, Mrs. Laplace Matthews, please?
Good afternoon. Okay, so we have report on petition to amend.
Ms. Laplace, I think we're having a difficult time hearing when you are the one speaking. There's a lot of feedback. I don't know if something going on in the background, but we realize it's when you're speaking.
Yes, I do have a fan in the background.
You're gonna have to turn it off for a minute, please, because our stenographer is having a hard time hearing, and my colleagues are asking for a recess, but it ain't gonna get any better if the fan isn't turned off. So just, I beg your indulgence, please. Yeah, we're still hearing it. We're still hearing you. No? You sure?
Good afternoon. Is that better?
Yes. I think I'm hearing something else, I guess. You may proceed with ZAT-21-6, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-4. Application number ZAT-21-6. Petition of Simra Y. James Sidney, Roosevelt St. C. David, authorized agent, requesting that parcel number 11-16 estate content 7BA Southside Quarter St. Thomas be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to R3, residential medium density. Project profile. Owner applicant, Simra Y. James as per warranty deed, dated December 9, 1993, document number 64/1994. Special power of attorney was granted to Roosevelt St. C. David. The property comprises 0.51 acres and is described on drawing number G9-721-T63. The property has a cistern on it right now. Proposed use, a single 5-story building comprising 10 dwelling units to be used for long-term rentals. Surrounding uses/zones. To the north are 2 5-story apartment buildings. To the east, south, and west are vacant land. Surrounding zones are R2 and R3. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by public water lines and cistern. Wastewater will be handled by the public sewer lines. Public response. There has been no opposition to the proposed rezoning. Other than the applicant's representative, no one else spoke in support of, questioned, or commented on the petition at DPNR's public hearing held October 18, 2021. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. David testified the one-phase development would take 18 months to complete. The development would consist of 6 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units, depending on cost. The development would consist of the amenity of a laundry room for on-site tenants' use. The subject property is surrounded on its southern side by R3 zoned property, and 3 properties to its north were rezoned to R3 zoning. Surrounding development includes multifamily and guest house use.
We lost you. Are you muted? You muted. Technology will do it to us every time, right? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where did you last hear me?
Guest house.
Okay. So surrounding development includes multifamily and guest house uses. There was no public opposition to the petition. Due to the nature of the request and the zoning and character of surrounding properties, the department views this petition as reasonable. Recommendation, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 11-16 estate content 7BA Southside Quarter St. Thomas be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to R3 residential medium density, signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated November 30, 2021. And I will now share the visual portion for this application. So this is the photos of the property and surrounding areas. The roadway leading to the property. The property and nearby areas are undeveloped. And the location map showing the property location on St. Thomas. And that ends the visual portion of this application and ends the department's recommendation report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. La Paz Matthews. Mr. David is in transit to DPNR, and he indicated that he will be there in 1 minute. So we're going to take a 2-minute recess so he can get there and get started, get himself set up so we can proceed with this meeting. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on record. Mr. Roosevelt David, are you ready? Can you hear me? We can hear you. You may proceed with your testimony on ZAT-21-6. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and all of the distinguished senators present, and others. I am very, very pleased that I could come here to present to this very, very important committee of the whole meeting. My name is Roosevelt St. Clair David, licensed and consultant realtor.
One minute, Mr. David. We're getting feedback. Could you?
Okay.
You may be
Is
in a
it
room.
better now?
Much better. I'm going to ask you to start over, please. Thank you.
Good day, Madam Chair, and all other distinguished senators here today, and others. I am very, very pleased to be here today at this very special committee of the whole meeting to present on behalf of my clients. My name is Roosevelt St. Clair David, licensed consultant and realtor. I am here today representing Simra James Sidney and our husband Victor Sidney in their request to rezone property number 11-16 Estate Content 7BA, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, from R2 to R3. The specific purpose is to construct a single 5-story apartment building which will accommodate 10 rental units. The family has met all the governmental requirements and shall comply with all other rules and regulations that may be established. Mr. and Mrs. Sidney are cognizant of the fact that there is much uncertainty where the economy is concerned, particularly with the serious threat of economic instability due to the existence of this terrible pandemic surrounding us. Nonetheless, my clients have faith that there will be a rebound, like it has always been. As some of you may be aware, the applicants have been in business in this community for approximately 50 years, serving residents and visitors with distinction. Their give back to the islands has been never-ending. Yet, no matter how difficult things have become, Victor's Hideout is always there, lending a helping hand. Madam Chair, I am always pleased to come back to this august institution where I have served for 5 terms with humility, pride, and respect to present on matters of this nature. My view has always been that the first branch of government clearly understands what are some of the critical issues and ideas that trigger economic activity, create jobs locally, and assist in building new revenue streams, not only for the investors, but also for the local treasury. I'm asking you for full support and your vote on this project so it could come another success story and that all of us could be proud of. I thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. David. Testifiers, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Colleagues, 3 minutes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. As I start off with my first round, I would like to ask a few questions in regards to the Blake Callwood property. The first thing I want to ask has to do is this is an undeveloped area from what we're discussing. The individuals that are directly adjacent to this property, has anyone gotten any response from them? Are those properties developed or residential? Mr. Turnbull can respond, or somebody.
I can respond.
Okay.
Senator, The immediate properties adjacent to my client's properties are undeveloped. These are residentially zoned properties, but most of the area is not developed with residential properties or developed as yet as residential properties. There are a few residentially developed properties. One is to the north across the street from the property, the center line road that runs with the property. Then there's a major gut down below that road. And then up on the other hill or north of this property.
So basically, from just a visual standpoint, if the other adjacent properties decide to develop residential, it'll be this 10-unit business complex and potentially homes next door? If they do decide to develop, I'm trying to get a visual. And if you're building this property, how tall do you intend to build it? Because I want to get an idea as to how it might affect other residential homes in the area.
1 minute.
Sure. The proposed structure that we presented to DPNR, and we didn't make the presentation here today, but they're all two-story. There would be two-story structures. The entire building would not be larger than, as we indicated in the presentation, 5,000 square feet.
I'm running out of time. Could you tell me a height based on the plan?
2 stories.
Okay.
Two
height.
floors.
Do you have numbers? 35 feet? Because what's the maximum you can go up for a 2-story building?
Well, the maximum, it depends on the design of the structure. They could go anywhere, a minimum of 8 feet to about 10 feet. So you're looking at 20, maybe 20 feet, 20 to 25 feet.
Thank you.
Total in height from ground to top of roof.
Thank you so much. Ms. Degu, how are you?
Time.
Madam Chair, may I at least try to get to Ms. Degu? Are you there, ma'am?
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good, good. Well, it seems you have been in this community for quite some time. With your particular situation, when it comes to the community, have they expressed any kind of support as it relates to potentially doing what you would like to do, or has anyone any issues with it that you've heard about?
No, only one person I heard decline, but everybody is in favor of it.
Okay. To DPNR, do you think by doing this particular project is going to substantially change the look of the area, or when it comes to other businesses or residential, do you think that this being here is going to be a major problem?
Good afternoon. You're referring to Ms. Dagu's property?
Yes, Degu.
No, because she already has her catering operation, so it shouldn't be too much of a difference to the shift to restaurant.
Okay. Well, as for the last one, I think I'm going to wrap up because we're out of time. Thank you. Oh, well, she said I could wrap up. I just wanted to ask quickly on this 10 dwelling unit. It's in a content area and a residential area. Has there been any pushback or any major concerns as it relates to this particular property? And the amount of investment, that's all I need to know.
Would you repeat that question, please?
Hi, I wanted to know, has there been any, I think there wasn't any major pushback, but I wanted to find out about the investment aspect of it.
Oh, okay. There wasn't any pushback whatsoever. It's about $1.5 million that's going to be invested into that property.
Okay. And affordable housing, is it going to be just regular housing, or is it going to be open for affordable housing?
It's apartments that would be affordable, but at the same time, the investors would have a return on their money. But it's going to be very affordable.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the additional time, Madam Chair.
No problem, Senator. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I stand in support of all of these measures that we have here before us. Mr. Turnbull, what the recommendation by DPNR, is that satisfactory? Would that accomplish the mission you're trying to accomplish, you're trying to get to?
Yes, I would agree, Senator, that I would accept DPNR's recommendation. They always seem to have a better sensitivity towards the community. Of course, I did not think that the B2 was aggressive, because really the focus of my clients' rezoning is to not operate in a congested area like downtown Coos Bay, and to afford, health services, doctors' offices, and those kinds of small businesses, barber shops, and so forth, in a convenient way where you could get in and get out without. But as long as the B3 can accommodate these same activities, then by all means we would accept that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Ms. Dagu, also, does that change from what you requested to the recommendation by DPNR? Would that suffice as to accomplish your mission as to what you're trying to get to?
Yes.
Okay, great. And to Senator David, former Senator, season's
Yes.
greetings to you. Thank you for checking on me before. And again, I stand in support of those measures that Mr. Sidney and his family is trying to accomplish. One thing about how much persons will it, let me see, the total number was 10. No, I
1 minute.
that. But again, I stand in support. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the greetings, and the same to you and your family.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Javon E. James, Senior, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And it's a great feeling today to be on St. John for this awesome hearing. Big up to the Senator at large. But in all seriousness, I want to say when it comes to the vetting process, I understand that it has to come through the legislature. And one thing I do support is the recommendations and the expertise of the subject matter experts. So my question to DPNR, when it comes to the first item on the agenda for the Carwood family, I'm assuming based on your testimony you stand in full support of this rezoning, right?
Correct, but as a B3 rather than the B2.
Awesome. And as far as what was discussed in the meetings when it comes to the adjacent properties, were there any concerns? And major concerns, I should say, major concerns.
No, there were none.
Okay. And then that's number two. And as far as the actual authorized agent, Mr. Turnbull, are you there?
Yes, I am.
When it comes to the actual business and the neighborhoods, as far as the conversations that the individuals that you represent, can you speak to some of the things that were discussed initially and were approved or changed as a result of those conversations? Were there any concerns in the beginning?
Not that I'm aware of. Basically, this mother and son property owner team has been deeded this as a gift, and in fact, it's a mother and 5 sons, and they would like to help themselves. They're keeping most of the property in the residential classification, 2 acres of it. It was a total of 3.1 acres, and they felt that the 1 acre that's along the road could be put to a better use to accommodate small businesses, afford small business persons
30 seconds.
With assistance.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. And the second item on the agenda that speaks to allowing a restaurant and apartment, I look forward to supporting that. I don't have any questions regarding that. But last but not least, authorized agent Mr. Roosevelt David. How are you doing today?
Yes, all is well, all is well.
You never fail to amuse us when you come before us. You're a good talker. But as far as the rezoning of the property, I do support it. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I have to agree with your sentiments. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam President. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, season's greetings to everyone, and also a pleasant good day to the testifiers, our listening and viewing audience. I stand in support of all 3 rezonings in this block. As is my usual modus of operandi, I have visited each of the sites and had conversations with not only their neighbors, but also with each applicant on their rezoning. I want to first off talk about the rezoning for Jennifer Blake and Jason Carwood. My team and I visited this site. It's an undeveloped site. It is close to a already commercially zoned facility that is owned by one of St. John's very own, I believe his name is Llewellyn Soar. And so this is fitting. I really enjoy seeing our people who are making great strides to improve and be able to have a level of successful legacy here in the Virgin Islands is very encouraging. The next site I visited was a site for Ms. Gwenda Dagu, as well as her sons. I had a very robust conversation with Ms. Dagu, and Ms. Dagu indicated that she has been in operation of this business for a number of years, and she wants to become compliant. She indicated in my discussions with her, her only opposition was from her neighbor across the street, and the reason was that maybe she served better food than they do. Because they was having a bed and breakfast, and she probably served better food. It is not Ms. Dagu's intention, as the one opposition for this rezoning had indicated, that it will be generating noise. In fact, Ms. Dagu indicated in my conversations with her, she said, no, the only thing I like to listen to is gospel music on my radio. And if it is playing a little, coming in a bit sketchy, she's going to put it outside. So I really want to commend her, and I really thank her for taking the time.
30 seconds.
The last individual site I visited was that of Miss Simra James Sidney, and it was a pleasure visiting that site. I wanted to ask Mr. David, because I wasn't sure on my visit, is this property, does it have any structural or any structures in place on it, Mr. David?
Yeah. Yes, there's a cistern in it.
A cistern. I don't recall seeing the cistern when I was there, but I do recall seeing that there's a really steep gut. But that's for them when they're working to develop it. The property is a steep property. It is going to take some major excavation and development of the property. But I am, again, in support of that, because, again, that is a deep tie. That family has a deep ties with the Virgin Islands. My only concern with all 3 is that we are sure that these properties stay within the Virgin Islands people, so that we don't have any individuals, just coming in, especially in St. John. I know there's a strong commitment from Ms. Dagu family, as well as from Mr. Jason Carwood. I know him personally, Taku, And so I really want to commend DPNR. Before I close out, I wanted to ask each of the applicants here, Mr. Brian Turnbull first, are you satisfied with the recommendation that DPNR has granted?
Yes, Senator, yes, as I indicated before, as long as the recommended classification of the B3 would afford my clients what they wanted, what their intentions are to have, to afford small business opportunities to St. Johnians, and even try to accommodate some of the health services, doctors' offices, and so forth. So as long as those are activities that would be accommodated, I have no problem with DPNR sensitivity to the area.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. And Ms. Dagu, I already know your answer because you told me you were more than satisfied, as well as the Sydneys indicated that. Madam Chair and colleagues, I definitely will be in support of all of these rezoning, as I've done extensive research on all three. Thank you kindly for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Season's greetings to everyone within the sound of my voice. I first want to start off saying, Mrs. Blake and Mr. Carwood, thank you all for attempting to actually fill a serious void on Little Big Island of St. John, as affordable retail space and office space is almost non-existent. This venture should definitely allow St. Johnians who want to go into business for themselves an opportunity to be entrepreneurs. And since the Coos Bay area is becoming overly congested, this is the ideal location for this venture. I'm going to spend the rest of my time bragging about Miss Gwen Dagu. Miss Gwen, as she is affectionately known. My Crucian colleagues, you know when you're in St. Croix and you're craving some mouth-watering pizza, Napoleons come to your mind. That's the first thing that comes to your mind. And when you want some nice chicken, the Chicken Shack kind of comes to your mind. When we come out to St. Thomas now, in the country area, you want some good chicken and fries, legs in Smith Bay comes to mind. We in the downtown area, you want to relax, have a nice sit-down lunch with some nice view, some nice ambience, get some nice boiled fish and fungi. Petit Pont Gourmet comes to mind. Well, when you're in St. John and you want some serious crab and rice, kanken butter sauce, oxtail, mouth-watering Wilkes, seafood callaloo, Miss Gwen Cook Shop definitely comes to mind. And today I know how y'all get a chance to see why Miss Gwen's Cook Shop stands above the rest. Your taste buds, I know, have been changed after today. This iconic, humble, loving, precious, angelic lady in St. John, who has a heart of pure gold, loves to cook as much as she loves St. John. She's been cooking all her life. And let me tell you, she is the LeBron James of cooking on Little Big Island of St. John. According to her testimony, after she retired, she decided to open a little small mobile cook shop to support her family and continue doing what she loves to do. She was so good at what she used to do that after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the government hired her to do a Herculean task of cooking for Whopper, the linemen, and Vitima. She even saw fit to give back to the community during this time of disaster by feeding the National Guard personnel who came to St. John to give us supplies free of charge. At the time when people were trying to fend for themselves, she was still thinking about the community and others in the community. She has also been providing food to Catholic charities to feed the homeless, the mentally ill, and the less fortunate for years. About 30 seconds, Mr. Chair. One person even wrote, Miss Gwen's restaurant is a great representation of St. John culture, which if we are not careful, is soon to be wiped off from the island completely. It is a diamond in the rough. 20 years of proudly feeding the St. John community. And I'm asking all of my colleagues to join with me at the appropriate time in session and vote a resounding yes to Ms. Gwen's place, or should I say, Lady Gwen's palace. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Love you, Ms. Gwen. Season's greetings.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. You look like you really got some other food, boy. Cook you. Well, we're in Love City, right? We don't expect anything less when you come to Love City. You want to make sure that you enjoy good food. Absolutely. Next, we'll hear from Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all, especially to the great people of St. John. So great to be on this side of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's particularly right here in Love City. So I do have a few questions. Let's start by the last one we have here in Block 1, ZAT 21-6. Mr. Roosevelt, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
It seems to me, so this is a 10-unit apartment that
yes.
it's intention to build. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Would it be a one bedroom, 2 bedroom?
There are going to be 6 1-bedrooms and 4 2-bedrooms.
Or 2 bedrooms. All right. What about, and maybe Ms. Laplace could also jump in, what about the parking in the area?
Oh, there's quite a lot of parking. It's 0.51 acres. And that's about 22,000 square feet. So there's lots of parking, between 20 and 30 parking spaces you'd have there.
Okay, so we'll have room and space for parking. And DPNR is comfortable with that, Ms. Laplace?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very well. But the other question I had in regards to the building. This is a 5-story building. Do we have any other multiple-story buildings in the area?
Immediately across from that lot, there are 2 5-story buildings. And several properties in the area have already been rezoned R3, just like is being requested here now.
Okay. And I understand there's no complaints or concerns brought by members of the community. Is that correct?
Instead, they embrace it.
All right. Now, will the view to any other of the adjacent properties be blocked?
1 minute.
None whatsoever.
Ms. Laplace?
We really wouldn't be able to tell until a building is constructed. The area is elevated, so we don't expect there to be any blockage.
Okay, so for a 5-story building that will be erected there, so the other properties around won't be affected, their view won't be blocked. That's what you're confirming this afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Laplace, do you have any other concerns with regards to any of the other rezoning that are before us?
No, Senator.
Okay. Well, that's some good news. It's not every time that we have rezoning that are before this body that you don't really have concerns or recommendations that are contrary to what they are being requested. I was surprised to see your recommendation from DPNR from a B2 to a B3, which is not usually the case. You're actually telling them to improve. So I will be voting an affirmative in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. And those of you that may just be joining us, today we are over at the Cleon H. Crickey Legislative Conference Room on St. John, and of course we're hearing, we're in the Committee of the Whole again, and we're hearing some requests for some zoning map amendment applications. Next, we'll go to Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and the viewing audience. I've been looking over this thing quite, and the senator prior to me spoke. It's surprising and good to see that there's no conflict with DPNR in a lot of these cases. However, Mr. Roosevelt.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing today?
All is well. All is well.
Good. This particular project that you represent, and Senator Carrion pretty much asked some of the question, and I like seeing development, especially in these times when it comes to residential here, because our territory is plagued right now for residency apartments for people, and I love seeing this. Besides you're saying 5 stories, is there going to be some escape hatch on this property, like for in case of fire areas that people could use more than one way to get out of that property?
Absolutely. The road is going to be wide, and that's just accessing that property. But immediately above that, there's another road that could also be used as an access or egress road.
And the buildings, your windows, are you going to have emergency hatch windows in that structure?
Well, the contractor and the architect, they will determine what kind of windows, but I believe the greatest safety would be applied.
Okay. I have no other issues besides those. So I was interested about the exit and entrance point, and I do support these initiatives. I really stand behind seeing production, especially when our people are doing good things. And in this case, we definitely need some apartments on all the islands. And so I give the lead when at the appropriate time I will be voting on all these measures in the first block.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll go to Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the fine people in the island of St. John. Good afternoon to all the testifiers here before us today. I'm always pleased when I see Virgin Islanders with the entrepreneurial spirit, and that is what we are seeing here today with all 3 rezoning requests. I noted for us, beginning with the Colwood and Blake rezoning, DPNR has made a recommendation for B3 business scattered as opposed to the requested B2. And DPNR, can you explain again why you're making that recommendation as opposed to the B2?
The B2, excuse me, good afternoon, Dale Plus, Territorial Planner. The B2 zone is a more intense zone development-wise. It's where we usually find our major shopping centers. So for the smaller strip mall developments, the B3 is more appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Turnbull, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Now, I'm assuming that we are talking about a commercial building.
Correct.
That is anticipated to be constructed. Does that throw a curveball for the applicants as far as them being able to achieve?
Well, DPNR did have a discussion with me about what they were potentially considering to do. As a former DPNR planner myself, I may have differed with them just slightly, but at the end of the day, I respected their sensitivity to the neighborhood and to all these kinds of matters. And as I indicated to 2 or 3 of the other senators earlier, as long as my clients can provide additional business opportunities, because we really believe this is going to be a single building. It's only 2 stories. It's in scale and character with the neighborhood. I didn't realize that the planning might not have shown you. I don't know if your package includes what we proposed or the concept of what we proposed, but it's a small building in context with what we call the neighborhood. It's not going to be more than 2 stories, and it's all self-contained. But it would give small bays, 1,000 square foot of space to a small business person. So you could have 5 people down on 5 business types on the first floor and 5 office types on the second floor, like doctors, so that people could run in and quickly go to a doctor visit without hassling with downtown Coos Bay. So as long as the B3 is going to do that, yes, by all means, we have no problem with that.
Okay, excellent concept. Thank you. Ms. Degu, the at-large senator calls you the LeBron James of cooking. And that's an incredible statement. So the next time I'm on St. John, I'm going to make sure I have a meal from you. How does I know DPNR said that they were recommending a use variance for the restaurant. And I think in your request, you were looking for the B3 zoning to do the restaurant as well as some apartments. I'm going to ask DPNR, if we were to take your recommendation for the variance for the restaurant, how would that impact Mr. Gu's request for the apartment building?
It wouldn't, because right now there's an infill program that she can immediately develop the apartments right now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And of course, the Sydneys, they've been successful entrepreneurs here in the Virgin Islands for decades, through good times and bad. I noticed that there was no opposition to the rezoning. DPNR found the request to be reasonable. My only question was answered, which was whether or not the apartment dwellings would be considered affordable. And I know affordable is in the eyes of the beholder these days, but affordable housing stock in the Virgin Islands have become virtually non-existent over the last couple years. So, Senator David, good afternoon. What would you consider the anticipated pricing range for these one-bedroom units? You said 6 one-bedrooms and 4 two-bedrooms. Give me an example of a projected cost for a one-bedroom unit as well as a two-bedroom unit.
As we speak, the analyses are being developed. The cost of funds, the cost of construction, the cost of operation. And once a break-even point has been had, which is expected to be shortly, you're talking probably around 1,000 to 1,200 for the one bedrooms and between 15 and 18 for the two bedrooms.
Okay.
Which means that you're breaking even, and then the investors are getting a return on their money.
All right, I got you. Well, I wish all of the applicants today the very best of luck. I think that all of the initiatives are great ones, and at the appropriate time, I will throw my support behind all 3 initiatives. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to those listening and viewing. Senator David, how are you?
All is well, all is well.
Pass it on.
Pass it on, you got it right.
So, the apartment that you are here to advocate for, this apartment, does it obstruct any views of any other existing homeowners in the area?
No, none whatsoever. As a matter of fact, to the east of it, vacant land, and because of the elevation, just comparing it with the other 2 5-story buildings across the street, they don't block anybody at all.
So where
similarly,
are you? Explain to me your location, because I couldn't find a map in my notes. Where are you located in Contact?
Yeah, well, it's just before you get to Scott-Free, the road immediately adjacent to the Scott-Free Road. You make a right turn, just below it, immediately below it. That's the road there. It's about a 30 foot.
Oh, that's where you have those peach buildings already?
I am not certain if that's the color, but they have 2 5-story buildings right across from that block.
Okay, I know what you mean, where Scott-Free turning and where they were doing construction on the road that were caving in.
Yes,
a little below.
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
and the peaches, coralish buildings already there. Okay, got it.
Yes.
So that's where you're adding this building too. So
yes.
Above you would be this steakhouse.
Repeat that.
You have Clearview, but you also have a steakhouse.
Clearview is below.
Clearview is below, but that's the same road. You could go to Island
area.
View.
Yes.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Because that connects you, if you keep following the road, it connects you straight to Solbog.
Yes.
1 minute. Okay, so you're not obstructing any views. Okay. Quickly, apartments. Everybody's spoken of a need for affordable housing. But my concern is, look at St. John, for example. People come and they rezone and they ask for apartments, and then they flip them to villas at Airbnb, and the housing stock diminishes. I know we can't tell you what to do with your property, but I'm just asking that you not take these apartments that you come here today to advocate for and turn them into villas and Airbnbs, because that's what we continue to do, and then people just don't have any place to live. Okay, Senator David?
We are genuine people.
Okay, so I would like for you and demonstrations to keep it as apartments. Deal?
There will be apartments.
Okay, good. Ms. Dagu, Ms. Gwen. This is Ms. Gwen.
Hello.
Hi,
Time.
Mr. Chair, 30 seconds. Ms. Gwen, your story really troubled me, you know, and I stand in support, but I'm very troubled by your process from 2019, where you had all these back and forth, and your business license ended up expiring, and then you went to reapply, and they told you that, you know, you can't have it because you don't have the proper zoning, and then you went through these stipulations, and they gave you a license for a month, and then you come back, and then it was renewed, blah, blah, blah. We can't treat people like you like that, but when you drive the islands, you have these illegal construction homes going up, no permits, no this, no that. DPNR fails to do its enforcement, and those millionaire homes, where you're going through the ringer just to cater some food. So, Ms. Gwen, that's not for you to answer, but I appreciate you, because in essence, you're a culture bearer. And we have to take care of our own. And thank you for what you do and continue to do. And at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for your request, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Turnbull, same for you. I ran out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Kurt Ville, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Non-controversial zonings, one-way variance. I have no issues. I just feel a bit sorry for what Ms. Dagu have gone through, knowing that she's retired from school lunch, and school lunch work has never really made a lot of money. So I can only imagine what the retirement pension is, and you have a craft in which you're able to sustain your family. So I am sure that this body is going to make sure that you're in a position to continue doing what you love to do. So I'm going to be in support of all of these measures when they come to the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, too.
Thank you, Senator Ville. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, people of the Virgin Islands, viewing and listening audience, staff, central staff. First, I want to thank all of the testifiers for the testimonies. And I want to commend DPNR today for honestly not only saying no to some of these variants, but actually making recommendations that make sense for those involved in these zoning amendments. I must say, though, that when it comes to ZH21-1, or maybe it's Mr. Turnbull on the island of St. John, the zoning request to have and provide opportunities for individuals who basically want to create and open businesses. I think that's a very noble thing to do, and I believe it's needed on the island of St. John to create commercial opportunities. So I definitely will be supporting that request. Secondly, I want to go to former Senator Boswell Sensi David. Good afternoon, sir. CAT-21-6. Of course, everyone knows me for housing and economic development. So definitely 10 units, 6 one-bedroom, 4 two-bedroom apartments. Our housing stock, we know, have been depleted tremendously, and we're in dire need of more housing opportunities, and it's a great investment for anyone. So definitely I will be supporting also this piece of zoning amendment. And lastly, Ms. Gwen, I am honestly touched by your testimony, 73 years of age, and you're still trying to do and want to do something that you love, because you love cooking. And I believe that reminds me of my mom. You know, she also worked as a food service worker, and she enjoyed cooking so much, and she did many of the same things. And I believe that, it's difficult at times when, you know, you go through so much to do something so simple as a noble cause that you are doing on behalf of many other individuals. And as one of my senators stated, what you have done
30
after
seconds.
the hurricane, and continue to do for many people here in Love City. And I believe that we must reach to a point where we streamline processes and we make it easier for individuals to actually create opportunities and assist with what they love in terms of business opportunities and creating wealth and generating wealth for their families and themselves. And I believe that as we do more research, because I know when I went off island several weeks ago, I went and I did some research in this regard and this respect, because there are many other individuals who are having issues when it comes to actually opening and cooking from their homes, etc. And in many states, they are doing that, and they're creating opportunities for their people. So I think we should likewise do the same here. And again, I support all three zoning amendments, and I want to thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I, too, join with my colleagues in support of all of the requests. I want to highlight especially the efforts being made as we address, of course, our housing issues, and also specifically when we talk about the importance of our food and the culinary area. I want to really, and for one, I wanted to put out that I also too agree about how we are moving forward with our processes. As one who has assisted a number of nonprofits and for-profits, I know the challenges that exist in our government, and I hope that we continue on that route where our respective departments are assisting with what is really going to continue to go forward as really support for grassroots efforts and efforts for our people to be part of economic development. And to Miss specifically to Ms. Dagu, I want to say that I would soon like to have your consideration to work along with me and others to focus on workforce development in the culinary arts area. Right now, I'm actually pushing for the respective entities to support workforce development in culinary arts and to support business like your business that you're putting together, that we would have interested young people in culinary in support of your business and even their efforts to understand the industry. In terms of, I go to the efforts in terms of developing apartments and buildings. I want a consideration to be put out. I had a constituent meeting earlier today, and an elderly lady who was concerned about her daughter and who is mentally ill, where she would be placed. And she's at this point struggling where she can be placed in a home or a place where she would be taken care of. And so I would really like for us to really consult the consideration of homeowners using efforts to build facilities for our elderly as well as persons with disabilities where they can be independent. So while I can't, of course, tell you how to run your business and how to move in that regard, but a consideration to maybe possibly be made where we're, building infrastructure that would support that. A number of our seniors and, persons with disabilities have to leave off island because of our housing crisis. So again, I want to say that I am in support of all of the measures. I'm going through each one. I find that again, we'll go through specifically CHA 21-1, CHJ 21-2, and first CAT 21-6 in support of all these measures. And let's continue to work together to support the development of industry. So that's all I have to say. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you and my colleagues, and certainly good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to start off by saying that this block speaks to economic development, housing, and we know about critical needs for housing stock and housing inventory in this territory, as well as food and food services restaurant. I want to say commendations to DPNR for not only responding to these requests, but also make recommendation. I've been a strong advocate. Just don't say no, but make recommendation by which we could ensure that we continue to see economic development and be able to work on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. So again, commendation to DPNR for your good work here. Government for the people and by the people. So thank you for that. I'm specifically proud, I'm very proud of Ms. Dagu today. I sat and I listened to your testimony. You represented yourself, number one, and you represented yourself well. And I can't wait for a cook-off because I want to see if you could do a better Wilkes in butter sauce than I do. But I'd love to have a cook-off with you. And while my senator at large said that you're the best Wilkes, I don't know if you know anything about food. So I want to be the judge of that. But I'm really proud of you. I mean, you represented yourself well. You read your testimony well. You could see the passion that you have for what you do. And like you say, you cook with love. And I could see that, again, with how you really, speak to your development. And thank you for staying the course, because obviously you could have given up. You could have thrown your hand up and say, no, I'm done with this and move on to something else. But you stayed the course, and I want to thank you for that.
1 minute.
I want to also commend the other representative, certainly Roosevelt David and Mr. Brian Turnbull, for the work that they're doing again, because I truly believe that as the people's representative, in these requests, that in fact that you're looking out for the best interests of not just the people, but also making sure that individuals are adhering to the rules and regulations of the territory. So thank you. And I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Roosevelt David, quickly, in regards to funding. We haven't spoken a lot about funding today in regards to some of the projects that you intend to undertake. Construction work right now is extremely expensive. Is there adequate funding to at least start these projects, at least in the first phase that you have mentioned? And also whether or not there's any utilities infrastructure in place, or you will also be responsible for putting in those utilities. If you could just respond to those two issues real quickly, I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
If I can go first, Senator, I would just simply say that indeed getting the support of the legislature for the rezoning of my client's property is a very first step. They now have to, of course, now put a complete business plan once the rezoning takes place, and only once the rezoning takes place. Put together a complete business plan, and may even have to be that they may have to look for business or partners or associates. They're five sons and a mother, and all of Low Virgin Islands means, of people who work their way up through the government of the Virgin Islands, and we know what those government salaries are. So, again, because of the opportunities that they might be affording to other Virgin Islanders, St. Johnians, and so forth, we believe that there is a strong possibility of attracting the kind of financing that they would need. And we believe that the financial institutions in the Virgin Islands, especially at this time, keenly aware and keenly sensitive to some of these needs and can structure financial arrangements with small family owners who wants to pursue this line of business. So specifically, we do not have a specific financial plan in terms of the finances, and that's why we focus. That's why we told DPNR and the public that this is not necessarily going to be a one-shot deal where we have the means necessarily to go at it and complete it all one time. It will be phased and depending again upon the interest shown by the private sector, the local Virgin Islands private sector. Thank you.
And if I may say, Roosevelt David, my clients, their land already has tremendous value, which is equity. In addition to that, they have equity investment that's required, and they're capable of doing that. And because of their long track record here in the Virgin Islands in business, any bank would want to finance their project. So I don't see any problem whatsoever.
Thank you for your responses, and I too rise in support of all of the rezoning requests in this particular block, particularly with the recommendations of DPNR. The last time we had a zoning discussion with DPNR, we did, we had a really tough discussion with DPNR around making the necessary recommendations. I want to also commend them for doing so. But colleagues, I have to tell you, I wasn't aware of this, but you know, the way to a person's heart is through their stomach. So today, the meal that we ate, apparently came from Ms. Dagu. This is a small community, you know, so when we have business opportunities, that's what we have to do. So no, you're not obligated to vote, but I'm just sharing that I did not know that. So I'm learning that, and I asked folks how the food was, and everybody was like, the food is good. So Ms. Dagu, I think your strategy worked today, based on all that I've heard earlier. Also, Mr. David, Simra Sydney is a young lady that I've worked with. When I worked at the Virgin Islands Port Authority, she was actually my lead payroll person, and I'm very proud that she has the vision to look towards her retirement and utilize the property that she has to really expand economic development, as well as our housing stock here in the Virgin Islands. We know that that has been a challenge since the storms, and of course, it is going to take us some time to get back to where we were. It's amazing how it takes just a few hours to destroy all that we have, but we have to take years upon years to rebuild. So I want to commend her, and I definitely will support her zoning requests. Jennifer Blake and Jason Carwood, it seems as if they are very interested in opening offices, etc., here in St. Croix, and I'm saying St. John, and of course that's important. We have to ensure that there's economic development, and there are opportunities here in this island of the District of St. John as well. So I am in full support with the rezoning recommendations from DPNR. But DPNR, I have a quick question. My question is around, so once the application is submitted and the hearings take place, is there an opportunity, and based on your recommendations, is there an opportunity for the applicants to make amendments to their application? And I ask the question because it would make, you know, our process so much easier. So I would like to hear from you how that works, or how it can't work, or why it can't work.
Good afternoon. There is opportunity to make amendments. The department has to evaluate it and determine if it has to go back to the public, however.
I see. So for instance, in two instances that in this particular block, your recommendations are different to what came before us. I think one, the Gwenda Dagu, you're asking for a preference of a use variance, and the Blake Colwood, you're asking for a B3. Your recommendation rather is a B3. So what do you mean if, depending on what it is, you have to go back to the public?
If it's an amendment that the applicant proposes in terms of what they presented to the public, then we would have them go back to the public. But if it's something that we analyze and we see that another zone or another method is more appropriate for getting their proposal, then we make that suggestion in the recommendation report.
To the legislature. Okay, I guess there's a reason for that. I don't really have any other questions. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted this particular block. I'm going to ask the representatives from for the respective zoning requests to give a quick 30-second closing remark. We're going to start with Mr. Brian Turnbull of ZAJ-21-1.
Madam President and members of the 33rd Legislature, I just would like to thank you on behalf of my clients, Jennifer, Blake, and Jason Colwood. We consider it an honor and a privilege, first of all, to be given this opportunity. And we thank you for all of the expressions of support. And we look forward to not disappointing you and or the community under your leadership hereafter when these properties are put into commercial use for Virgin Islanders, St. Johnians especially. So we thank you again, and we look forward to the conclusion of this matter, hopefully with the governor's signature.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mrs. Gwenda Dagu, ZAJ-21-2, you closing remarks for 30 seconds.
Yes, I would like to thank everybody for considering me and saying what they have to say about me. And I really would want to continue serving my community, especially when I have to serve when storms and things come on, I could serve without fail, not even thinking about money, just to make sure they have a meal, especially Catholic charities and things like that, the homeless and things like that. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Dagu, and Mr. Roosevelt David of ZAT-21-6.
Madam Chair, I am always very excited and, in fact, passionate to come here to present these types of projects before you, because one cannot build any wealth without having been a part of the economy. And this is exactly what's happening. And I'm so proud of that. And my people in St. John, what they're doing as well. But equally important to me is the fact that the legislature, the 34th legislature, understands this. And this is what makes it easy for local people to move forward and build wealth. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David. DPNI, you know that you're going to be here with us for the second block. We're going to ask the Block 1 testifiers to move forward to go ahead and sign off, and ask the Block 2 testifiers to sign on, and we're going to take a 2-minute recess while we take care of those logistics. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is out of recess. Madam Clerk, please read the items in Block 2.
Block number 2, ZAC-21-11, Genoveva M. Tirado, authorized agent Liliana Belardo de O'Neill. Plot number 96, Estate Profit, King Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered. The purpose of the request is to allow a convenience store and deli. Invited testifiers, Genoveva M. Tirado, authorized agent Liliana Belardo de O'Neill, applicant. Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. CAC-21-4, Timothy and Marie Granderson, plots number 167 and 168, Estate Clifton Hill, King Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary neighborhood or B3 business scattered. The purpose of the request is to allow freight forwarding services. Invited testifiers, Timothy and Marie Granderson, applicants. Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. ZAC-21-10, Ali and Hamad Yusuf of New Foundation Company, LLC, plot numbers 174 and 175, Estate Peters Rest, Queen Quarter St. Croix be rezoned from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to B1, Business Central District. The purpose of the request is to allow business uses. Invited testifiers, Ali and Hamad Yusuf, applicants, Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. This concludes the reading of block number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our applicants, I'm going to ask you to please place your name on the record. We're going to start with ZAC-21-11. Authorized agent Liliana Bellardo de O'Neill. Please place your name on the record.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ms. Liliana Bellardo de O'Neill.
Thank you. Representative from ZAC-21-4, Timothy and Marie Granderson. Please place your name on the record.
My name is Timothy Granderson, accompanied with my son, my wife, and myself.
Thank you. ZAC-21-10, Ali and Hamad Youssef of New Foundation Company, LLC. Please place your name on the record.
Ali Yusuf.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. We're going to move to the testimony. We're going to begin with ZAC 21-11, property Geneva M. Tirado, authorized agent Liliana Bellardo de O'Neill. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. It's Genoveva Tirado. Good afternoon, Madam President Fred Gregory, distinguished senators, and everyone present. I'd like to say happy day. And my name is, like I stated before, Liliana Bellardo de O'Neill. And I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here today to represent Genoveva Tirado. Ms. Tirado is requesting a zone change for plot number 96, Estate Profit, from R4 to Zone B. Plot 96 is 96,000 square feet shown in Public Work Map 997. And this property is adjacent to Plot 97, which is already Zone B3, and Plot 96, which is also owned by Ms. Tirado and will be used to provide ample parking for customers. Ms. Tirado is requesting this zone change because she wants to renovate the building that now exists in the plot and convert it into a modern convenience store with a deli. The convenience store will not only serve the property of Profit community, but it would also benefit adjacent communities such as Harvey and Clifton Hills and others. The community store will be managed and eventually owned by her granddaughter, Mrs. Annie Davison, who is willing to come back home and be close to her grandmother. As many of you know, Ms. Tirado is in her golden age and is very happy to have her granddaughter come back home to run the business and not become dependent on government handout. Mrs. Tirado has been a businesswoman for many years. She is well known in the community. She owns a lot of property and businesses in Frederickstead, in Christiansted area, and Ms. Tirado has contributed greatly to the community as a businesswoman. Therefore, the community store, as I stated, would be managed by her granddaughter. The Saldana community store in the area has been closed for many years since Mr. Saldana's death. Therefore, the assessment that was carried out indicated that there is a need for the convenience store, and it is most welcomed by the community. This vandalized building would no longer be an eyesore to the community, nor a haven for homeless, other illicit activity, nor a garbage dump. This building was a bar and restaurant known as the Sulima. Since the 1980s, this business operated for many years with a permit granted as a non-conforming use under the grandfather clause that existed prior to the new enactment zoning law that was passed on October 1st, 1972, that amended Title 29 of the VI Code, Chapter 3, subsection 1234. The renovated structure will have an office, bathrooms for male and female, storeroom, a kitchenette, and an open area to accommodate shelves. A big parking lot on Plot 96, which, as I stated, is owned by Ms. Tirado, and hours of operation of the business is expected to be from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Plans are to hire 5 to 6 employees from the neighborhood and a rotating schedule to include part-time high school students and a full-time securities. And this business will benefit the economy, and it will be businesses of female women in business. I was listening earlier to Ms. Gwen, and I said it reminds me of Ms. Tirado, because I don't understand why when it comes to women like us, we have to go through so many hassles and headaches before we can get through the process and the procedure that is needed to get into business, when we should be in full support of women in business. Mrs. Tirado has been anxiously waiting for this hearing to consider her zone change from R4 to B3 to start rebuilding. She has worked out the financing for the construction of the structure. Once this is completed, she acquire all necessary permits, licenses, and health permit. The convenience store will be a go, thanks to your all hard work. Mrs. Tirado often stated that she hopes to live long enough to see this dream come true for the sake of her granddaughter, whom she loves dearly. Many may wonder why only now she's requesting this zone change. Well, let me tell you that for many, many years, she has tried under several departments of DPNR commissioners and governor to have her business to continue to operate under the grandfather clause, but all requests were denied. She lost this clause because in 1989, Ms. Tirado became very ill and had to go off island for extreme medical attention and care. The business was closed for several years. During the absence, the business was vandalized and everything was stolen, and she had to start from ground zero. Mrs. Tirado, with much sacrifice, was able to renovate the building and was ready to open when she suffered a great disappointment once more because her permit to arrange for the grandfather clause was denied under the old zoning law. During this struggle, the building was again vandalized, and Mrs. Tirado then decided to act, and Commissioner Dan Henry recommendation and request the zone change from R4 to B3. I am here helping Ms. Tirado by donating my free time to walk her through the process. It has been a long and costly one, but I thank God that it looks like we are finally reaching the end of the road. To conclude, I would like to say that the property is a corner plot with Calle Colón and Calle Saldana. No one came forward to oppose the request. In fact, we got a letter from Mr. Emilio Torres, the president of the Prophet Community Action Community, supporting this venture. The property is connected to the sewer line and have public water. It does not have a flooding problem. There is no historical or cultural resource in the land. This business will not create nuisance to the community because it will not have loud music or noise. Personally, I must say that I have been involved in this community for a long time. As a school counselor, I drove through the street that many were afraid to walk, looking for my students when they were absent from classes for more than 3 days. I have seen this community that was labeled one of the worst on St. Croix in becoming very progressive and active community where anyone can come in without fear of being mugged. The roads are paved, water and sewer lines installed, a great new park, 2 churches, and the majority of the residents are very, very good people. They miss having the community center which provided venue for activity for young and old, wedding, birthday parties, and education forum. Now it has been abandoned and eyesore. Please, senators, I know this is off the project, the object, but I beg you to look into this and bring this community center back to life. Again, I'm sorry for deviating, but I have to make a plug. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to come before you on behalf of Mrs. Tirado, and I show you how great it will be for the community to have a modern community store in the area, because it will give a new site, it will rebuild that damaged and dumped area, and community residents are all excited about it. I humbly request that you please peruse all the documents submitted to PNR and grant Mrs. Tirado the B3 request, Stone and Chain. Again, thank you and wishing you all a great Christmas, safe holiday, and may the good Lord continue to bless each and every one of you and give you the strength you need to continue being a good public servant. Now I'm open for questions and I will answer to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Mrs. Liliana Belado de O'Neill, for your testimony. We're now going to hear from Mr. Timothy Granderson of ZAC 21-4. Mr. Granderson, you may proceed.
Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, President, and members of the 34th Legislature.
1 minute. So it's Miss Maria Granderson that's testifying?
Grandis.
Okay.
Yes.
Marie? Okay, we want to make sure that we have the information correct for the record. We weren't aware of that. So you may proceed, Miss Marie, Mrs. Marie Grander.
Start over again?
Pardon?
Start over
yes,
again?
ma'am. Start over.
Okay,
you may proceed.
My name is Marie Granderson. And I want to say good day, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, and member of the 34th Legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. We are the owners, my husband and I are the owners and operator of Distant Freight Inc., a temporary containerized freight forwarding business that specializes in the shipment of goods and material to various Caribbean islands. We have been operating since 2006. Our small family business is located on our commercial lot at
1 minute.
1 C Clifton Hill.
1 minute, Mrs. Granderson. Could you go back
Yes,
2
ma'am.
sentences? You're breaking up. Go ahead. You may proceed.
From the beginning, ma'am?
No. Just 2 sentences.
Okay.
Yes.
Our small family business is located on our commercial plot at number 1C Clifton Hill. We are here today to request a rezoning of parcel number 167 and 168 Clifton Hill from R2 residential to B2, B3 business secondary for the relocation of our shipping business of Distant Freight Inc. By doing so, Distant Freight would have more space for its operation. Distant Freight Inc. shipping operation handles items as barrels containing food, building materials, household items that are loaded into trailers and shipped to their designated location. This business strives with customers being able to see operation leading up to the final day of loading. Based on a previous claim about the water flow, a topographic survey was conducted and drawings were made to show how water runs and how it would be channeled. This was given to DPNR. Distant Freight is prepared to take the necessary step to ensure that our operation is neighborhood business friendly and non-destructive to the community. In doing so, we will strive to maintain good public relations. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you, Chairperson Donna Gregory, Senate President, member of the 54th Legislature. We are prepared to answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Granderson. We'll now hear from ZAC 21-10, Ali and Hamad Youssef of New Foundation Company, LLC. Mr. Youssef?
Good day, Honorable Chairwoman. Is it me or is it echoing by you as well? Before I start.
I think it's you. We're not hearing an echo.
Okay, then I'll try to continue because it's echoing pretty bad over here.
Chair, we're hearing a terrible echo online. I guess everybody who's connecting online is hearing a very terrible echo.
Media, we're going to have to mute.
I'm sorry, Senator Valia, did you say?
1 second, Mr. Youssef. Are we still hearing the echo? Are you still hearing the echo?
Yes. Yes.
Media.
Is there something you can try, or is it?
No, 1 second. 1 second, Mr. Youssef.
Okay.
Make sure our mics are closed and the respective islands are muted as well, media. Mr. Youssef, are you still hearing an echo?
Yeah.
The committee stands in recess
Not
for 1
from
minute.
you.
From where? 1 second.
From my end.
The committee stands in recess for 1 minute.
Thank you.
The committee is back on the record. Mr. Ali Youssef, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you again for fixing it. Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, and all other honorable distinguished senators in attendance. My name is Ali Youssef, a local businessman who was born and raised in the island of St. Croix. I've been living in the United States Virgin Islands for all 30 years of my life. My family and I have proudly our roots deep in the United States Virgin Islands. We do not plan on moving anywhere else, as we plan on continuing to pursue the love of entrepreneurship. Today, I am representing myself to rezone 2 adjacent properties located at 174 and 175 at St. Peter's Rest. My request is to rezone both properties from R2 to B1. The purpose of this request is to allow for the development of restaurant and pub. My family and I have been operating many successful businesses on islands since I was. We all see this rezoning as an opportunity to create jobs during the construction phases and permanent jobs later, as we hope are allowed to pursue this project with the support of the legislative body. From past experiences with construction, we know firsthand how many residents and a construction site can benefit from. We also see how many local businesses, from yards to concrete plants, benefit from construction sites. As requested from DPNR, I was instructed to approach my neighbors and inform them as to what I am planning to do with properties. I went out and met with each one of my closest neighbors in each direction. I started with my business neighbors who are just across the street from the land that we plan to be owning. I have met with the owners of Blue Mountain Water, Reliable Rental, and Bunkers of St. Croix, who are all available to take a couple minutes of time and allowed me to explain to them what my intentions are. They each were on board with my plans, and even expressed how pro-business they were. Unfortunately, when we had the community meeting with DPNR, they brought up the same concern. The concern was that the possibility of me diverting from my proposed plans and then opening a gas station. Even though a gas station was not mentioned during our meetings, they seemed unconvinced. I mentioned to them during the DPNR meeting that even if I'm successful in getting properties rezoned, gas station is not allowed under the B1 zoning. I purposely requested to the B1 zone from the beginning to hopefully help convince the neighborhood that a gas station is not in my plans. I'm hoping that this legislative body understands that it's not my intention. Madam President, my surroundings from the south and the west are all zoned ranging from industrial, commercial, and business. The Hess Back Road that the piece of land sits roadside on is obviously business-oriented, and constant development in the area is endless. I understand their concerns regarding gas, but when I showed them all the evidence, research clearly proves that a gas station couldn't be placed there, they were unconvinced. From a local water company to a local rental to a local hauling service, I do not see why a restaurant, coffee house would interfere or disrupt their day-to-day business. On the north side of the property where the residents reside, I had one objection to the proposed plan. Mr. Wilfredo Rivera immediately objected to the plan and didn't say more than the land should remain residential and that I could build my house on it. I did not get more out of him than I did not re-approach him again. Besides Mr. Rivera, one other resident mentioned a couple concerns to the plan. Those concerns were where the fumes from restaurants was going to be placed for the vent, and if I was planning on fencing the properties. I can reassure you that I will do whatever as the entrepreneur to address any concerns and comply with laws of the United States Virgin Islands. Madam President and Senators, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. I sincerely support and for the rezoning of my family's land from to B1. I am now ready for any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef. We're going to now go to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. They can place their reports on the record. Mrs. Laplace Matthews, you've already placed your name on the record earlier, but please do so when you begin to speak. Mr. Keith Richards, likewise, when you speak, please place your name on the record for the new stenographer. You may proceed with ZAC-21-11, Ms. Tirado, Agent Liliana Belardo de O'Neill. You may proceed, Mrs.
Good afternoon.
Matthew.
This is Leah Laplace Matthews, Territorial Planner with DPNR's Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning. And I'll be presenting a report petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-12. Application number ZAC-21-11. Petition of Genoveva M. Tirado, authorized agent Liliana Belardo de O'Neill, requesting that plot number 96, Estate Prophet, King Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered. Project profile. Owner applicant Ann Louise Danielson and Carlos Wang Mateo from Genoveva M. Tirado as per deed of gift dated November 2, 2019. Document number 2021001952. Liliana Belardo de O'Neill is granted power of attorney. The property consists of 0.22038 acres, as shown on drawing number 997, dated November 23, 1960, and revised September 20, 1968. Current use. The property has a damaged building previously used as a bar restaurant. These uses operated under 234 of the zoning law, non-conforming uses. Section 234H states, any non-conforming use of land or building which has ceased by discontinuance or abandonment for a period of 3 years shall thereafter conform to the provisions of this subchapter. The non-conformance use of the property ceased over 3 years ago. Thus, the applicant chose to seek alternative status rezoning. Proposed use, a convenience store and deli. Surrounding uses, zones. The surrounding area consists of vacant land and residences with R4 and B3 zoning. Infrastructure. Water is supplied by public water lines and wastewater handled by public sewer lines. Public response. At DPNR's public hearing held August 5, 2021, no opposition or concerns were expressed to the proposal. A support petition with 70 signatures was submitted. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mrs. Belardo de O'Neill testified the property was always used commercial, restaurant, bar. The last business use closed in the 1990s and currently the structure is in disrepair. The property's past business uses operated under the non-conforming or grandfather status and could not be reopened due to more than 3 years having lapsed. It is Ms. Tirado's intent to repair the structure and operate a convenience store and deli. A major concern for the area not being appropriate for residential use is the proximity to the pollution experienced from the Diageo and Lime Tree industrial space. She plans to enhance the property and provide a much-needed service to the community, because another neighborhood convenience store closed due to its owner's passing. As previously mentioned, Section 234H of the zoning code placed a discontinuance or abandonment period of 3 years that thereafter a property must conform to the provisions of the zoning law, which was adopted on October 1, 1972. This provision allowed for legally established uses to continue, even though the new zoning would not have allowed that. The abandonment period allows for the eventual elimination of conformities. The intent was that eventual conformity of the development of the entire zoning area would happen. After analyzing the applicant's request, the property's location within a residential subdivision, and the previous 4 zoning map amendments granted as profit, the department recommends use variances rather than rezoning. Although the B3 business scattered zone was primarily intended to permit small neighborhood-serving retail businesses within residential districts, there has only been 1 rezoning granted in a state profit. The other 3 zoning map amendments were use variances, which would be more appropriate for properties within the residential subdivision, surrounded by residentially zoned lots. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot number 96, Estate Profit, King Quarters, St. Croix, be granted a use variance for convenience store and deli. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated October 4, 2021. And I'll now go to the visual portion for this application. So we have the photos of the property and surrounding area. The damaged building on the property. And then surrounding buildings. And this is the location map on St. Croix of the property. That ends the visual portion and DPNR's recommendation for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Laplace. Matthew, you may proceed with ZAC 21-4.
Thank you. Report petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-12. Application number ZAC-21-4. Petition of Timothy and Marie Grandison requesting that plot numbers 167 and 168 Estate Clifton Hill, King Quarters, St. Croix, be rezoned from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B2 business secondary neighborhood or B3 business scattered. Project profile. Owner applicant Timothy and Marie Grandison, as per warranty deeds dated December 5, 2014 and June 18, 2018. Document numbers 2014-004133 and 2019-00208. The properties comprise a total of 0.5988 acres, as shown on drawing number 2972. The properties are vacant. Proposed use: relocation of distance freight, a freight forwarding business. Surrounding uses / zones. Surrounding properties are zoned R2, B2, C commercial, and P public, with a mix of vacant land, residential, and business uses. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and public water lines. Wastewater will be handled by septic system. Public response. Prior to DPNR's public hearing held June 7, 2021, 4 letters of support were submitted for reply. 2 adjacent property owners came to DPNR and verbally expressed opposition / concerns with the proposal. The reasons for opposition / concern were 1, trailers blocking roads as vision, 2, road destroyed by construction activity, 3, road is not paved and concerned with health impacts due to dust, 4, rats being attracted to the area due to presence of trailers, 5, one area to be residential. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Granderson testified the shipping business operates on land they own that is adjacent to the subject properties. Plot number 1-C Estate Clifford Hill. They wish to relocate the business so that the operation has more space. The operation will take place in 7 trailers temporarily. Later, a concrete building will replace the trailers. The Virgin Islands Code established the requested B2/B3 zoning districts for the accommodation of business uses within residential areas. They are typically where we find our large shopping centers and smaller strip malls. These zones allow for over 140 uses, many of which may not be compatible with nearby low-density residential uses. The department has recognized that impacts can occur when near residential areas less the desirability of the area for residential use. The area has had 3 residents, one in 1989, a second in 1990, and downzoning of one Clifton Hill from C to B2 in 2018. The number of attempts does not indicate the area is changing, thus the department is not inclined to recommend a rezoning. Also, there is no requirement for zoning map amendment applicants to develop as per the submitted conceptual drawings once a zoning map amendment has been granted. It is determined that a use variance is more appropriate, allowing for the requested use while limiting development by the development provisions of the current R2 zoning. Example, maximum lot occupancy of 30%, maximum height of 2 stories, and minimum setbacks of 15 feet in the front and 10 feet on all other sides. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot numbers 167 and 168 Estate Clifton Hill, King Quarter, St. Croix, be granted a use variance for freight forwarding services with the following conditions. 1, no storage shall occur outside, and 2, a buffer of opaque fencing, wall, or green hedges approximately 7 feet to 8 feet high shall be installed to adjust impacts to and protect adjacent residency zone properties. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Richards, dated August 4, 2021. Now I'll share my screen for the visual. So this shows the properties and the adjacent area. In the background here is the applicant's other property, 1C Clifton Hill, with the current shipping business. And this is the 167, 168 that they want to move the shipping business to. And this is the location map showing the property's location on St. Croix. And that ends the visual portion of the presentation for application ZAC-21-4. I'll go ahead with the report for application number ZAC-21-10. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SCZ-12. Petition of Ali Yusuf and Hamad Yusuf of New Foundation Company, LLC, requesting that plot numbers 174 and 175 Estate Peters Rest, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, be rezoned from R2, residential low density, 1 and 2 family, to B1, Business Central Business District. Project profile, owner applicant. New Foundation Company, LLC, as per warranty deed dated March 3, 2021, document number 2021-000992. The properties comprise a total of 0.626 acres, as shown on drawing number 1708, dated February 25, 1965. Currently vacant land. The proposed use is restaurant/coffee shop or office building. Surrounding uses /zone. Surrounding properties are zoned R2, R3 residential medium density, I2 light and industry, and I1 heavy industry, with a mix of vacant land, residential, and business/industrial uses. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern and or public water lines, and wastewater handled by septic system. Public response. One letter of opposition was submitted for the file, and 5 adjacent property/business owners placed on the record of DPNR's July 15 public hearing their opposition and concerns to the proposed rezoning. The reasons for opposition/concern were: 1, residential neighborhood that doesn't have a business in their front yards, wanted to stay R2 zone. 2, when gas station moratorium lifts, could turn into a gas station, which means 24 hours operation, noise, gas fumes impact the residents, well water contamination. 3, quiet neighborhood. Nearby businesses operate 8 to 5, concerned with impact/noise of business operations longer than 8 to 5. 4, conceptual plans, building with parking, look like it's taking up more than 50% of the lot. 5, location of parking. Do not want parking on northern residential street and have a fence/wall placed along northern boundary to minimize noise/impacts from cars/traffic. 6, restaurant fumes/exhaust gases and mitigation, so northern residents not impacted. 7, properties should be completely fenced/secured to discourage loitering after hours. Analysis. During the department's public hearing, Mr. Ali Yusuf testified the intent is to develop 2 buildings, 1 story each, which will be used for a coffee shop and restaurant or office spaces. The property sits at the intersection of 2 busy roadways, Route 68, which is commonly referred to as Hess Road, and Route 81, which leads north to the Steiner Farm intersection lights. To the west and south are commercial businesses, Bunkers of St. Croix, Inc., Reliable Rentals and Sales, and Blue Mountain Water. In analyzing the applicant's request, the department considered the following. 1, the requested B1 zoning was intended for the central business districts of Charlotte Amalie, Christiansted, and Frederiksted Town, allowing a larger density than the R2 zone and 190 uses. Although the B1 zone does not allow for gas stations, it does allow uses that may be compatible with residential neighborhoods, namely bars/liquor stores and dance halls/nightclubs. 2, past rezonings were granted for southern properties from I2 to I1 and from A1 to R3. The properties are part of a residential subdivision with residential use on the northern and eastern sides. There have been no passive zonings granted within the subdivision. The department's opinion is that the rezoning of the property to B1 is not appropriate. A use variance with conditions would be more appropriate, allowing for the requested use while limiting development by the development provisions of the current R2 zoning. For example, maximum lot occupancy of 30%, maximum height of 2 stories, and minimum setbacks of 15 feet in the front and 10 feet on all other sides. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that plot numbers 174 and 175 Estate Peters Rest, Queen Quarter, St. Croix be granted use variances for coffee shops and ice cream parlor, restaurants, and offices, general and professional, with the following conditions. 1. Parking shall be placed on the western and southern portions of the property. And 2. A buffer of opaque fencing, wall, or green hedges approximately 7 feet to 8 feet high shall be installed along the northern and eastern boundaries to address impacts to and protect nearby residentially zoned properties. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards, dated August 4, 2021. And I'll now share the visual portion for this application. So this is a picture, aerial of the 2 properties that are vacant, and a zoom out aerial of surrounding areas, highlighting the surrounding businesses. Another zoomed out aerial of the property and the surrounding area. That ends the visual portion and the department's recommendation for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laplace, Mrs. Laplace Matthew. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, once again, to my colleagues, to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, specifically the island of St. John, as we are spending some time over here. What I want to ask, specifically, I want to direct my first set of questions to Mr. Youssef. Based on the testimony from DPNR, it seems that this parcel has the most pushback as they went through a litany of issues or potential concerns. Do you have an issue with their suggestion as opposed to changing the zoning to go and deal with a use variance? Specifically for what you want?
I don't have a... I'm sorry, I don't have a problem with the use variance at the moment, so I don't have a problem.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, then we're fine. The second thing I want to ask, I want to go to the Timothy family. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Good, good. I was here looking at the geomap, and I was looking to see exactly where your business is located. And I noticed your 2 parcels. One is directly adjacent across the road from your business, and the other one is next to each other. Where exactly with your extension do you plan on expanding your business, specifically what you want to do? Because I also noted next to your parcel is a residential home. So if you're going to be expanding, could you explain to me a little bit as to how this potentially could affect that house? Because when it comes to freight companies, my vision is trucks and trailers and a whole lot of things. And I'm trying to see how you're going to coexist, extending a little bit further over, literally next to someone's home.
1 minute.
The area where we have the business operation right now is it on 1C Clifton Hill. And the area where we have to shift the business to is 167 and 168.
So you want to relocate the entire business from where it is across the street to these two parcels? Or are you going to exist there and then extend it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, we're going to move the business from 1C to 167 and 168.
Okay.
The trailers is only going to be temporary until we are able to put some more finance together and start a building on 167 and 168.
Time.
Oh.
So the 1C Clifton Hill, presently that's what we are using.
Okay.
And the building is almost 95% finished. I wish I could have get some pictures on the building for you.
I am running out of time,
However,
sir. Well, my time is up. So I'm going to try to leave the rest of my questions. Hopefully my colleagues will tackle some of them. But thank you so much for the time, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Timothy, for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the Grandison family, were you here before the Senate before it was regarding these same properties or properties in the area?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, it was regarding the same properties?
Yes.
Okay, and from then to now, what was the situation? Has anything changed from then to now?
The only thing that changed is that we have completed 90% of the building where we are going to be housed temporarily, a short-term rental. And the containers you see next to the building are containers that we're conducting the distance building in, the trailers. So we need to remove those trailers from there and prepare the parking area for 1C Clifton Hill, which is going to be a short-term rental business.
Okay, so there's a business. Excuse me. There's a business in the trailer now, and you're finishing up a building where you're 90% completed, and then you will get rid of the trailers and conduct the business in the building? That's what you're saying?
No.
No?
Not into the building, because the building is going to occupy with other businesses, other areas, so that can be rental to other folks that need to establish a business or establish whatever. But upstairs is going to be used as a short-term rentals, which is going to add in the hotel industry.
1 minute.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you for the time. That was mainly my concern with the three, basically, to get that cleared up. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to go a little out of turn because Senator Francis has a matter that he must address this afternoon. So, Senator Francis, Nova Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Grandison, what was your intention of that building initially?
Initially, we was going to put a gas station there. We was approved to put a gas station. But since the building had to be added second floor, we changed that. And we said we are not going to put a gas station anymore. We're going to put a second floor and do the short-term rental.
So what's on the bottom floor of the building? What's your intent to do on the bottom floor?
we intend to rent it for businesses.
Okay. And the other shipping companies, container companies are located in other areas. Have you looked at the feasibility of actually utilizing those satellite areas for container?
I have looked at it, and that's the only place available for us to put the containers to continue the business.
So is your intent then to relocate next door, adjacent to where you're at now, and do a construction, or just to have the trailers located there? Are you putting in a building as well to support the containers?
Yeah, to put the containers to continue the business, and in the future to erect a building so that we can add also rooms if there is a business that is in demand, which I believe there is, on 167 and 168.
So on 1C, when customers come to drop off their material, the wares for the purpose of shipping or relocating, where do you put those things? Is that being held in the warehouses to the bottom floor?
No, in the trailers that is next to 1C Clifton Hill building.
So it goes directly into the trailer?
Yeah, it goes directly into the trailer.
Okay. Very well.
30 seconds.
Real quickly, Mr. Youssef, in regards to your the coffee shop and ice cream parlor, you say you didn't have any issues with the use variants that have been recommended by DPNR. What about the recommendation for putting up a buffer to, again, ensure that there is no hindrance or problems with the neighbors? Are you okay with that as well?
I am, yes.
Okay. What else do you intend? What about the parking lot? Have been recommended in terms of where you will be locating the parking lot. Are you willing to conform with that as well?
Yes, one of the residents had an issue with, not an issue, he had a concern as to where the parking would be, and I told him that we were planning to have the parking lot set up closer to the main road, so he was fine with that, and that's what initially we were planning on doing.
Okay.
Time.
So, Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up real quick. You currently have designs and everything prepared for the build-out of the coffee shop and ice cream parlor, or you are waiting approval?
Conceptual plan, awaiting approval for actual plans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to advance you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Javon E. James, Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. When it comes to plot numbers 167 and 168, Estate Clifton Hill, I'm only interested in the recommendations that were suggested by DPNR, and it seems to be only 2 recommendations, and it basically speaks to no storage shall occur outside and a buffer, fencing wall, what have you. So to the individuals, which is the Timothy and Marie Grandison family, any other concerns or issues you may have? Are you going to be able to meet the requirements made mention in the recommendations?
Yes. The requirement that is recommended, if we say yes to that recommendation, then when the time comes, the building is complete, and how are we going to proceed with the building? Are we going to come back again a second time to get the rights to put a building?
Okay, and some of the public responses were they wanted the area to stay residential, they had a concern with pests, They also made mention that the road is not paved. I'm not sure if that's a private road or a public road. If that's a public road, that's an issue of the government of the Virgin Islands. So if that is the response of the public, then we have that obligation to deal with that as Virgin Islands government. But they also made mention to the road destroyed by construction activity. DPNR, can you speak to if that is true, what is transpiring there when it comes to that?
That was a concern brought by adjacent property owners that the road was being destroyed by construction.
Is it a valid
machinery?
Is it a valid concern or issue? Is that really transpiring there?
30
It
seconds.
is valid. There is commercial activity, and it is a valid concern, especially with the road not being paved.
And that's a public road, right? Or a private road?
I do not recall if it's a public road. I believe it's private. It's a small residential subdivision.
Okay, that's something we have to look into. I know my time is almost over, but I just want to say to Mr. Ali Youssef, you're comfortable with the use variance, right?
I am, Senator.
All right, and I'm happy to see that young people are doing things in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I'm happy that you're representing yourself. Most people usually bring somebody forward, and I'm happy to see that you're handling things accordingly. And last but not least, when it comes to the application number ZAC 21-11, I will be supporting that. So in conclusion, I will be supporting all three measures that we have before us. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Ms. Bellado, are you still there? All right, I'll go to the Grandison and think until we get Ms. Bellado there.
I am.
Okay, well, let's stick with you for a minute. Ms. Bellado, I want to say thank you to you for your hard effort and work with Ms. Tirado. I know about this project from the past administration, and I think a lot of time Ms. Tirado was led in the wrong direction. So I want to say thank you to you and to DPNR for working closely with Ms. Tirado to get this project where it's at now.
Thank you.
And I know what Ms. Tirado wants to do, and she had the business before. It's good to see that she's still got that drive to want to go back into that small mom and pop's business. That will be very good for that neighborhood, and I want to say thank you. And I definitely will be supporting this initiative because I spoke to Ms. Tirado, and I think she held me responsible for some times that I didn't went forward, which I had no way of doing anything with it. But I definitely will be voting in favorable for her on that. And I want to say thank you for working with her very diligently.
Thank you, Senator.
Right? And Mr. Grandison, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you and your family.
Good afternoon.
I must say, I tip my hat off to you. You've been eagerly doing your business, walking, doing everything you can, and infusing the money into that building to complete it. And I understand what your obligations, what you're trying to do. And what is important is that you need to get the trailers off of that property and move it so that that business could flourish. And if that business could flourish with the rental to the bottom, then you could build up the next area and have it more applicable and follow the guidelines.
1 minute.
I appreciate DPNR giving you some guidelines with that buffer. I would appreciate if you stick to the guidelines with the buffers that they're asking you to put in place, because I understand exactly, I know the business. I've did business with you, and your business is a well-needed business. You supply a lot of stuff to the people from the Eastern Caribbean, and it's a lot of back and forth. It's a win-win. And I appreciate what you're doing, and I know you're up a little bit there, Pops, but you're still going, and you work very hard, and I tip my hat off to you for that, and I hope that when I'm your age, I could still be going that strong. So keep the faith up, and when the time comes, I will definitely be supporting this initiative too. And to Mr. Ali Youssef, I realize that you made mention more than one time that you have no intention for a gas station. And I hope that you proceed and continue to proceed in that direction.
Time.
Because I think that's where you will meet resistance from anybody in this community at this point in time. However, there's Madam Chair, may I complete?
May I wrap up, Senator?
Yeah. There's a bill number 340010 that has a moratorium for 5 years. So for sure, nothing is going to happen. But I really appreciate that you stick to what your plans are. And you already say you have no problem with the buffer that DPNR is putting in place. And I appreciate that. And at the given time, I will definitely support it. And DPNR, again, I said, I tip my hat off to you guys for really working with these entrepreneurs that wants to do business. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. We have another slight deviation. There's a whole lot going on today. So, Senator Vele, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And let me go quickly. The property that the Youssef family is trying to develop has been recommended a use variance. Hence, no gas station will be built there. And I think that we need to make sure that the use variance is in that particular rezoning and give them the opportunity to open that coffee shop and other business that they want to develop there. And this is an area that have businesses across the street. Tirado, that building was a business for a number of years. It would have been grandfathered in, but the business closed. So if the business had remained open, it would have been grandfathered in because there were businesses there before the zoning laws were enacted. So I don't have an issue with rezoning the Tirado property. The last one, the Grandison, I know that was before us before, and there was strong opposition from the neighbors objecting to trailers being parked adjacent to their property. And I think when we are making these decisions, we want businesses to thrive, but we also got to respect the wishes of the homeowners. And if you own a home, a residential home, I mean, to develop a business with a building is one thing, but to park 7 trailers or just have trailers there in a yard right adjacent to your property, there was strong opposition before, and the same opposition is there. And the question was asked before as to whether or not you would try your best to not utilize 168, because if you don't utilize 168, then you're not going to bother 169, because 169 is a residential, but you want to use both 167 and 168, so you're going to be encroaching on 169, that residential property. Can't you just develop 167?
The containers is going to sit on the boundary between 169, 168, and 167.
And 168 is adjacent to 169. Is 169 a residential property?
Yes, 169 is a residential property. But I'm talking about where the containers are going to be sit for temporarily is between 168 and 167.
And 168 is right next to 169. That is my issue.
Yeah.
I mean, at the appropriate time, I'm going to make up my mind, but I can't see the container. You have had this container business, this freight business, how long?
Say it again.
How long have you been in the freight business?
Since 2006.
Yeah, so there's no time period or time certain that you're going to have the trailers for a year or 2 years and then move into a building.
Time.
The trailers have existed for 18 years right now. The building has been building for maybe the same time period, and we have to respect the property rights of the owners of 169 and those other properties. Thank you so much,
yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone, our testifiers. I really am elated this afternoon to see the number of economic development that is being spurred on both the small island of St. John as well as our big island of St. Croix. So it's very good to see those things occurring. One of the things I really always take interest in, and especially when we're having developments and proposed businesses in certain areas, are whether the proposed business owners have done some homework and to see if their business is going to actually be feasible. And so let me just start off my question, and this is the feasibility, because you want a rezoning. However, does this rezoning to do what you're proposing to do, is there a market for it? Is there a demand? When especially when I go to St. Croix, I see a lot of businesses in operation, but I also note that there are a lot of businesses who have structures and they're not operating. There's nothing happening in those areas. So I don't want it to become a vacant desert. Well, it can be a vacant desert, but it become an area where there's just a whole bunch of concrete buildings and actually no operation exists after you get these zoning in place. We want to see you thrive. So first I'll go with the Tirado rezoning amendment. Ms. Belardo de O'Neill, kindly indicate to us whether you've done or your clients have done any kind of market study to see if this business is going to be viable based on what you are recommended to use it for.
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph. Nice to see you. You look lovely.
Thank you kindly. You too.
Senator, we made an assessment and we walked the community, and based on the prior business that she had there, which was very popular not only for the community of Prophet, but many, many other people visited her restaurant, which was good food. I think it was better than Mr. O'Neill food. And based on our assessment and our contact with the community, the business will be profitable. The business is welcome. And I think that given Miss Tirado, known as Jenny, Miss Jenny, and her granddaughter, both women, an opportunity to pursue this venture, it's really recommendable, and we would like your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I know my time has been called, but I would like to extend that same line of questioning to the other applicants who are considering, and if they could be succinct, that would be helpful.
Senator, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please, so you could wrap up. Because what's happening is we have a whole host of things going on today, as we all know, and we also have to be succinct. So I'll allow you to wrap up. Okay.
Okay, that's not a problem. So let me just ask that same question to Mr. Youssef, because I'm not going to go with Grandison because I know their property, their business has been in operation since 2006. So, Mr. Youssef, you're a brand new property applicant and owner. Tell us whether or not you've done any study regarding the market feasibility of your business in this area.
Yes, of course. We've been in business for over 30, 40 years. And every day we crunch numbers and we see if something is feasible, if it's not feasible. And trying to go into the restaurant business, we've seen friends and family go into there. So we just, there's nothing wrong with asking them if it's feasible, if it's worth it.
Okay.
When we applied, it was when we purchased the land, it was pre-Corona, I believe. And then when we applied to rezone it, it was things weren't as bad as they are right now in terms of supply and demand and in terms of pricing. As many of you know, the food industry, they've gone up with their prices, and that's because the suppliers have gone up. It's a whole chain reaction kind of thing. So it's not the best time to go into the restaurant business, but it's still feasible.
Okay, thank you so much. And at the appropriate time, I will be casting my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I too would like to echo the sentiments of my previous colleagues, Ms. Bellardo. Thank you very much for working with Ms. Tirado as she is seeking out to open a convenience store in Delhi, which I do believe is actually more conducive to that area. So that's definitely something, that's a request I can definitely support.
Thank you.
Mr. Grandison, one question. One of my colleagues alluded to this earlier that this trailer storage was causing a rodent problem. Is that rodent problem being created by the storage of your trailers in that area?
No. If I may say, Senator, the trailers we are going to be using, it will look very decent. It may look a little more uplifting than even the building that we're in. But we're going to put...
Excuse me, Mr. Grandison, 1 second. Mr. Grandison, 1 second.
After we get DPNR approval...
Mr. Mr. Grandison, media, is that on Mr. Grandison's end or end? Because his answers, I can't understand a word he's saying. DPNR, let me ask you a question. If Mr. Grandison goes through with this project, unless it's 6 months after he decides to build an outside storage, what will happen at that time? DPNR.
We'll pass Matthew Territorial Planner. If the condition is included as part of the approval of the zoning map amendment, we would have to do enforcement action if there's outdoor storage.
Okay, you all have...
1 minute.
You all actually follow up less than every 6 months to ensure that they're actually following the recommendation that you all made?
Yes, we'll do follow-up.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Grandison, you can try your audio again, please.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I was asking that we were speaking on one of my colleagues alluded earlier, but there was a rodent problem being caused by your traders. Is that so? Is that the case?
That's not true. That's not true. We cannot afford to have any rodents in the trailers because it's people goods that's in the trailer. There's no rats as some people talking about, and there is no rodents at all.
Time.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. I won't take any more at the time. At appropriate time, I'll cast my vote, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues and to the testifiers. Let's dive in quickly. Ms. Laplace, with regards to 168 and 167 Estate Clifton Hill, the properties east to it, what are they zoned?
They're zoned commercial.
Commercial.
Well, one was rezoned to B3, I believe.
So one is B3 and the other one is commercial. There's two properties to the east. Okay. I see that within the variance you have a clause that states no storage shall occur on the property. Why is that?
No outdoor storage, so nothing stored outside of the trailers.
Oh, nothing stored outside of the trailers. Okay. So they can, in fact, then with the variance, place the trailers on a property and be able to continue their freight business, but just nothing can be stored outside in open out of the traders.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Granderson, do you have any issues then with what the recommendations that DPNR are establishing?
No.
No issues.
But I have a question. And as I in process of completing the building, and we probably about 90% finished. So we need to install our AC, our lighting system, our panel system, and so forth. And we finished that building. We're doing the business, the freight forwarding business, and 1C and 168 and 167. So when the funds be made available and we want to construct a building, how do we stand?
I think that's a question for DPNR.
30 seconds.
And it has consumed a lot of my time that I have available. Well, the variance just establishes those 2 points, so I don't see any issues that you have with building anything else, but that's something you could address with DPNR. Now, with the Ms. Tirado case, I want to understand, Ms. Laplace, why a variance instead of B3, which was requested? In short term, can you please summarize?
We looked at the history, and there was only one B3 rezoning in the area. Others that were granted were use variances.
So there's a B3, what, east, west of her property that she's requesting?
Time.
To the north.
To the north of it. So there's already a B3 there established. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I'll be voting in affirmative on each of these rezoning that we have today. I do believe that it's commendable that we have these individuals in our community that are local and really want to embark in opening new business and expanding their businesses. So I'll be supporting each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to the testifiers in this block. Let me ask quickly, I know that Mr. Yusuf and the Grandersons both said they don't have an issue with DPNR recommendations with the conditions, but I know Mr. Granderson have a concern in respect to his 90% completed building and having it to be 100% and what happened in the interim. I'll give DPNR a minute to respond to that if there's any recommendation or anything that needs to be done in the interim. But before I do that, let me go to former Senator Belana De O'Neill. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Senator.
And let me ask, I'm just happy to see that there were no opposition when it comes to your zoning requests. 70 people petitioned in support of it. It's going to create 6 to 7 employment opportunities for individuals in the area. It's going to get rid of an eyesore, which have been a haven for grievance for some time. And I must say, it's development like those that makes a big impact in a community, and that's a great investment in our small, beautiful island. Let me say I am definitely in support. Quick question, I know what the restaurant and bar before. How many parking spaces are we speaking of for that building?
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, the Plat 96, which is a whole plat, belongs to Mrs. Tirado, and that is going to be converted into ample parking places for her customers that will be coming to the store. And I'm sure that they are not going to be there all together, but there will be ample parking. I couldn't tell you how many because it will have to be divided on both sides to see how many cars can be accommodated. But I can assure you there will be many parking for the constituent and the people that comes to the business.
Okay, thank you for that. And let me go back to Ms. Laplace Matthews in respect to distant freight and concern that Mr. Granderson has in respect to his building that's 90% completed, and him adhering to the zoning recommendation along with the conditions. Ms. LaPaz, not sure, is there anything, or is the Granderson going to be in violation in the interim?
30 seconds.
Until I find permanent relocation and construction of that building, that structure?
If I'm understanding, he means on the 1C Clifton Hill?
Yes.
Not from a zoning standpoint. I'm not sure what building permits, which is a different division, if there would be any issues. But from a zoning standpoint, no.
Okay, very well, Mr. Granderson. I'll recommend that you follow through with your concerns in order to assure that you stay adhere to the laws, okay, and that you can fulfill your goal in continuing your business and expanding your business for you and your family. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening to all. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman. Good evening to all the testifiers and applicants. I too join in support of most of the measures. I want to dive right in just to sake of time. And also, I wanted to also emphasize that I really will plan on very short notice to be able to. I would want to make a decision without also seeing the properties. I want to really highlight, and I really appreciate the work of you, former Senator Belardo de O'Neill, and you actually reaching out to the community. I think that speaks volumes about you as an applicant and along with your team. And so I think that's really good. We want to get perspective from persons in the community when such changes are taking place. I would even emphasize the importance of town halls, and what I would suggest to the DPNR officials, Ms. LaPaz and Matthew, and also the leaders at the DPNR, the effort when we do these kind of zoning changes, let's look at, we use this hearing process, but we should also look into some town hall meetings, and that's what's important as we build community and rebuild communities, that community perspective is done in those town halls. To the Grandersons, Timothy Marie Granderson, I just have a question concerning your experience in this area, in freight work, manufacturing, and what is your background and experience as it pertains to freight services?
My background is experience. I obtained a license from the federal government, which is NVOCC license.
1 minute.
And that gives me the right to do the freight forwarding business. And from 2006, I've been operating that freight forwarding business. Well, when we started, it was a little turmoil because we had to gain customers, we had to please a lot of people, and try to work together with our neighbors. And I also was a construction worker that designed, that build. I was also working with the Hovense oil refinery.
Time.
And
well, thank you so much for time. But that's just because of time. Well, first off, I wanted to say that I appreciate what you're expressing. You do have the background, and I think, and the reason why I asked you that, and the reason why I think this is so important, when we look at, and because one of the things I'm pushing for, you hear about the 2040 Vision Economic Development Authority, and we're supporting wealth development in the Virgin Islands, and we're supporting this and that with a piece on paper. I want to say to you, Mr. Granderson, and to your team there and to your family, that's what's important. Getting the credentialing with you in the background to do the work. I would like to, and I'm saying that to you as well as to all the applicants, would you consider supporting workforce development? That is encouraging young people and school-age children to get involved in business development. One of the things I'm pushing for is entrepreneurship at the school level. What are your thoughts around that? And that's actually every applicant, if I have time, Madam Chairwoman. So that's a question to each person. I'll start with the Granderson. Would you support entrepreneurship and skill building?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Your time has been called.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
But they can proceed with answering very quickly, please.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I also want to say to you that my children, my grandchildren is also participating in operating the business. So they are very much important to me right now. Okay? And if anyone, that wants to understand that, wants to know, they are welcome to.
Mr. Youssef?
Yes.
You may respond.
Can you ask the question again?
The question was around whether or not you are interested in supporting workforce development with our young people in the Virgin Islands.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
So,
former Senator Bolado de O'Neill. I know the answer to you is yes.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. The beauty of this project that Ms. Tirado has gotten involved is that she is planning to hire part-time students from this nearby Central High School and train them into business or whatever field that they would like. And that's taking care of the young people. And she plans to hire neighborhood young people to work in the business. So she's making a big contribution to the development of community youths in the community.
Thank you, Mrs. Bolado de O'Neill. We've basically come to the end of today's meeting, and I will offer my comments.
You're forgetting me, Madam Chair.
Who did I miss? Senator Potter, I missed you? You were not up on the screen. I apologize. I should have called you a long time ago. You may proceed, Senator Potter.
No problem. I'll be brief, though. One thing when the people of the Virgin Islands entrusted me with this job as their senator, I guess maybe less than a year ago, one of the big things, one of my priorities was to ensure that we support and encourage development and expansion of business in this community. And particularly when it comes to Virgin Islanders who have put their head on the block through good times and bad to develop businesses in this territory. And it's really about business development that sustains the services and goods that we and privileges that we have here in this community. So I always try to find a way to support and encourage business development. However, of course, and obviously, neighbors also have the right to the quiet enjoyment of their property. And I wanted to ask, I think DPNR did a reasonably great job of trying to find some balance, of not just saying no, but they tried to identify some compromise position. I think I have to applaud them for that. I wanted to ask the Grandersons, I wanted to really commend them for their business acumen and their commitment to this territory. I wanted to ask because DPNR said that they were recommending a use variance with stipulations of no storage and the buffer fencing and so forth. Mr. Granderson, is this something that you will be able to live with?
Yes, I will. There is the use variance according to what DPNR recommended. The buffer zone, the trough, and plants or concrete wall 6 feet or 8 feet. I can do that.
1 minute.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Youssef, I really don't have any questions for you because you said that you will be willing to live with the recommendations of the use variance with the stipulations that DPNR offered. So
Yes,
I think that's kudos to you.
Thank you
for your willingness. And Senator Belardo de O'Neill.
Yes, Senator, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I am blessed. Thank you.
Good. I know DPNR also recommended a use variance rather than a B3 for the convenience store and the deli. Is that something that your client, Ms. Tirado, will be able to live with to accomplish her goals?
Senator, that's a very good question, and I thank you for it. I would say no, because the plot next to her, which is adjacent to her property, is already zone B3. And Ms. Tirado has struggled with this zoning request for so long that I think that she deserved the B3 zoning change.
Okay, I know that she indicated as a long-time businesswoman here in the community, and there was no opposition to the zoning request. And it is also an opportunity to improve an eyesore, just an abandoned derelict building. So, okay, thank you for that information, and at the appropriate time, I will vote on these 3 initiatives. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And as I indicated earlier, we've come to the end of our day, and I will offer my comments around these 3 zonings that's before us. I have a question of DPNR around the Granderson zoning, rezoning requests. I know that the discussions are basically around a buffer and fencing, but is there any concerns about noise and trucks moving back and forth, etc., in that particular area? DPNR?
Can you hear me?
No, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. Okay, good. No, there were no concerns based on how the Grandisons operate their business.
Okay, so there were no concerns. Okay, well, what I'll say is today, from Block 1, and now we're in Block 2, we're wrapping up Block 2, our entire discussions were around economic development for folks who are Virgin Islanders, folks who have chosen to grow their business here and contribute significantly to the economic development of this Virgin Islands. So we must be cognizant of that. We continue to talk about growing small businesses and supporting our own businesses, our own people and their business. And I think it's so important that we give strong consideration to these recommendations that's before us. However, I will say that I am only inclined to support these measures based on the recommendations from DPNR. We've worked really hard with DPNR, have significant conversations around them with, they come before us and they say, well, this can't be done. But I think what's important is they've brought before us today recommendations, and they are the professionals, and we have to, absent of a land and water use plan, I think it's important for us to respect that. We have to consider not what's in front of us today, but what will be in front of the U.S. Virgin Islands long after many of us are gone. So I think that's very important for us to keep in the forefront of our minds. I want to commend Mr. Youssef for, continuing on and being a small businessman in this Virgin Islands. It's not easy, and I will definitely support his request through the use variance as recommended. And
thank you, Madam.
He has made all the indications that he is willing to adhere to the conditions, and hence my support. Of course, the Tirado matter, the Tirado structure, that particular structure is basically a derelict building right now in the Island District of St. Croix. And our responsibility as legislators is to ensure that if we have an opportunity to change the narrative on derelict buildings, that we in fact do that. And it's commendable that a woman of her age is actually still wanting to make changes and still wanting to invest in business in her community, and recognize that she has a granddaughter, and her granddaughter would come and provide the necessary support. And I also want to thank the former senator. I think it's very admirable of you to support Ms. Tirado. It speaks volumes of who I always know who you are, were, and is, and remains. That you are just doing this out of the goodness of your heart. That is just, a lot of times we think that we don't have good in the Virgin Islands, but when we have people like yourself, we know that we have good. So I want to thank you for staying here in the paint with us, and I know that you have your own challenges that you have to deal with. So I'm going to try to wrap this up quickly. So, and then the Grandersons, I do have some concerns, and I really have to drill down further, because quiet enjoyment of property is very important. So I will drill down on this further. I will perhaps make a visit to ensure that I am not making the decision only because of economic development, but making a decision because it's within the best interest of not only economic development, but the best interest of the overall community where this particular project is proposed to sit. So again, I want to commend every single person on this call who came before us today with regards to this zoning request. You are a fabric of the Virgin Islands community, and we ought not to ignore that you are still wanting to contribute to our Virgin Islands. So that's very important, and provide whatever services that you can to us as Virgin Islanders. So I want to thank you for that. And without further ado, what I'm going to do is ask each one of you 30 seconds. Just put your closing statement on the record, and we're going to start with who we're going to start with. We're going to start with the former Senator Liliana Belardo de O'Neill.
Thank you, Senator. Those words that you said about me, it's really pleasing, and I'm honored to hear them. And I'd like to thank the DPNR staff, especially Mrs. LaPlace. She has been very helpful. I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time to be here. And I wish I had been in St. John, and salute all my friends there. I commend you for taking this hearing in St. John. And I respectfully and humbly ask that you consider giving Mrs. Tirado, affectionately known as Jenny, Zone B3 for business. And remember, Plat 97 adjacent to her is already Zone B3, and the other plat next to her belongs to Ms. Tirado. So and then there are a couple of other blank and abandoned houses, so B3 would not be a problem in that community. Thank you so much. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Mr. or Mrs. Granderson, 30-second close.
Yes. Well, I want to thank senators and colleagues, friends, and in closing, I would like to, if you approve my request, and really ready to continue with this project, housing more people temporarily, even if I have to use 67 and 68. Thank you again. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Youssef. 30 seconds, close.
I just wanted to thank everybody today, Madam President and all the honorable senators, and also Leah. So thank you everybody for your support. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Representative from DPNR, Assistant Commissioner, or Mrs. Leah Laplace Matthews. Either one. Close.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you again for allowing the department to place its recommendations on the record. We do a lot of analysis to determine what would be best for the applicants as well as the surrounding area.
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone for literally spending the day with us. Today was a long day. We started out at the ribbon cutting of the Veterans Drive, and we came over to St. John, started our meeting a little later, and our day is not ended. We are heading to a viewing for Mr. John Griot. So I want to thank you for your time today and your honest candor, and of course your, again, wanting to continue to provide economic development and support to the Virgin Islands community. I want to take this opportunity to also thank the members of the Central staff, and I'm not going to call them out today, all Central staff employees that provided support to us today. I want to thank you, and let's get home safely. If we have no other business, the Committee of the Whole is hereby adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys are dismissed. I have to dismiss you all. I apologize. So the Committee of the Whole is hereby adjourned, and you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you.